Okay, let's see. So much to organize in this new space here. The middle? I guess that's the middle. Okay. Sounds right. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, today we are going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at Henry Fuseli's painting The Nightmare from 1781. I love this painting, and it fits perfectly with our theme of Halloween. And I just saw this painting, well, a few months ago when I was in Detroit in person, and I fell in love with this painting again. And I was like, I want to do a painting of this. So let's get to it. There you can see the painting there. So let's look at the plan for today's episode. We're going to quickly in a moment talk about how difficult this painting might be. We're going to talk about materials required. We're going to do the image transfer. I'll show you how to do all of this step by step. The Imprimatura. We'll talk about Fuseli's biography. There's going to be a little bit of underpainting. And then background, foreground. This is going to be a longer one. It's going to be about a 6-hour-ish probably endeavor. And I say that because if I say it's 3 hours long, it's going to take me 6 hours. So maybe I shouldn't have said 6 hours, because that means I might be here for 12 hours. Okay, let's say 3 hours, but we know it's going to be 6 hours. So let's take a look at how difficult this painting is. Oh, you know what? Just before I do say that, I just want to encourage people to support the channel by clicking like and subscribe, hitting the notification bell. But if you want to support the channel with a couple extra dollars, you can use the PayPal link there below. How come that's... There we go. So you can use the PayPal link there, and that will take you to this page where you can safely, securely donate to support the channel. And thank you to those of you who've been supporting the channel for years now. I really, really, really appreciate it. I mean, that's why I continue doing this. That's how I pay for the internet and all that kind of stuff. So thank you. Other ways you can donate is you can send an email, an e-transfer, or check in the mail, or use the super chat here while we're live on YouTube. I also want to do a quick shout out for the Facebook group. And so if you scan this or enter in the web addresses there on the screen, it'll take you to our Facebook group. And once you're there, you can join the group and then upload a painting or drawing, whatever you've created. And then once a month, I think it's next week, we're going to be doing our next feedback bonus episode. I'm really excited to do that, and it's been a little while since I've done so. So I want to catch up on all of the work that's been up there on the Facebook group for the last little while. Okay, so let's talk about how difficult this painting is going to be to do. Now, again, depending on where you are in your creative journey, you could certainly attempt this painting, but if you want to get similar results to what Fuseli did or to what I'm doing, you may want to have a little bit more experience. I certainly think you could attempt it, but just be very gentle on yourself and have low expectations if you're a beginner or novice. I think an intermediate could certainly try doing this painting, but it is probably one of the more advanced paintings. In order to get some of the glazing techniques we're going to do here, I think having some quite familiarity with those techniques is going to be helpful. So just as a quick review here, beginners, like you're literally, this might be the very first painting you've ever tried. This would be a little bit of a steep climb. Novice, if you've done some of the basic courses I've taught here on YouTube, painted the color wheel, and you've done maybe a couple of paintings along with me. Intermediate this is quite a large area. This is kind of that mushy middle in the middle. You know, people can be intermediate artists for decades of their lives, right? Advanced is when you sort of take that next step to where you might be almost considering like doing this professionally as a career. So that's why I say our painting is going to be somewhere probably between intermediate and advanced, and then the master would be like Fuseli himself. So there's, as I said, this is going to be a little more complex. Nothing stopping you from trying it, but just be gentle on yourself if you do. There in the chat, there's Nikki. Hi, Nikki. Misha. Hi, Misha. Angel says, hey, everyone. This painting was in my psychology textbook in college in the dreams section. I thought it was so interesting. Yes, definitely. It's an image that's been widely reproduced, and I'm excited to focus on it here. And there's Pascaline. Hi, Pascaline. So we got a whole bunch of familiar faces and a few new ones, too. That's great. Let's talk about materials required. Now, I've done a whole video that's like an hour and a half going into depths about everything. I'm just going to quickly show you now, but not everyone starts at the beginning. Sometimes people start right here. So if you want, you can click this link, or you can scan this and go right to the Dropbox folder and download the supply guide so you can take that to your local art supply store and buy some of the, I break down all the paints and all the materials, so you can do that. Of course, you can watch that video, but I'm just going to quickly flip through this. Obviously, we're going to be painting here on canvas. Hi, Bella. Misha says this looks pretty difficult, especially the energy it creates. Yes, absolutely. We're going to be painting on a 9x12 sized canvas here. I don't think we're going to use any of these other materials. Having some kind of rags or napkins, cloths, towels to clean up as you go, that's certainly very helpful. So to create this painting, we're going to be using an approach called the split primary palette. And that means we're going to use 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues, as well as white and probably not even black. I don't even know if I've unpacked my black. So I'll be mixing my own black. Nothing stopped you from using it, but I like showing people how you can mix your own black. Now, the reason why I like using this system is basically we can recreate almost every painting ever made, and it really emphasizes the importance of color temperature. If this is the first time you've ever heard me talk about color temperature, I made a whole video, it's like an hour and a half with demos talking about how important it is and why artists use it. Even if you're an abstract painter, knowing about warm and cool colors is important. And that's because warm colors appear to advance towards the viewer, cool colors appear to recede into the background. So if you're making a painting, and especially if you're painting from life, you just have to ask yourself, where is what I see? Is it far away from me or close to me? If it's far away, whichever direction that may be, if it's far away, then it's probably cool colors, as well as maybe a little bit of gray and white goes in there. If it's close to my eyes or to the surface of the painting, we want to use warm colors, maybe even a little bit of black in there as well. Okay, so these are the brands of paint I'm going to use. I'm going to use this Amsterdam paint. I think it's the least expensive, highest quality paint you can buy. You can certainly spend a lot more money on paint, such as Golden, but you're going to spend about 3 times, well, about 3 times the price for 3 times less paint. It's a high quality paint, but most people aren't going to notice. So I'm just going to flip through this list. Obviously, you can pause and take a screenshot if you want, or you can click on the link for the Dropbox folder, download the supply guide, which has this all in a nice, convenient PDF form, which you can download or print out at your convenience. Usually I'm very chatty about while I'd go through all this. Okay, so here though are some brands that do not work, and I do not recommend. This Museum Color out of Toronto, Peebo, which is a massive global brand out of France, as well as Mary's from China and Fevicryl from India. And the reason why I don't recommend these paints is they put way too much white, titanium white, as a filler in the paint. It just makes it impossible for us to mix a black like I do. So all your colors have a kind of a pastel quality, which if you're painting a lot of pastels, hey, rush out to your Michael's Art Supply and grab some Peebo, because they sell it there, as well as almost every other art supply here in North America. But I just find it kind of frustrating because I can't do what I want to do with that brand. Okay, again, I'm not sponsored or paid by anybody to make or use any of these paints. I just have used the various different brands over the time, and that's my recommendation, is particularly the Amsterdam paint, which is also quite readily available, and it should be available to order online, although I do suggest not using Amazon, because it's for buying paint. A lot of other things, brushes, canvas, pretty good prices, but for buying paint, Amazon their prices are way higher than they need to be. Next step is to do the image transfer. Now, you could do my free drawing course here on YouTube. It's the most popular thing I've ever done. Millions of people have watched those videos. So if you want to learn how to draw, that would be a great place to start. However, with these painting classes, I want to get right into it. And so what I've done is provided people with free downloadable templates. Again, to find this, you can go to the same Dropbox folder, and you're going to scroll down until you find the folder that I'm about to find here. So let's, I did not bring up I didn't bring up, okay, let's go to Dropbox. I guess I forgot to put a tab for that. Let's do that. Okay. There we go. It takes a little bit of time for that to load. So again, that's your basic supply guide and those first few the resources to get you started. Our painting, though, is way down here at the very end. Come on, there's even more folders than that, Dropbox. Keep loading. Okay, I don't know why it's not going further down the list. Well, there's another 100 folders or so here. It's stopping at 99. I don't know why. But either way, if you go all the way down, I think it's folder 176 or something, you'll find today's painting, as well as the outline that I did here using my iPad Pro and the Procreate app. I also included an engraving here that Thomas Burke did shortly after the painting made its first appearance at the Royal Academy in London. And that just can be kind of helpful for getting compositional details, because the actual painting is quite dark. In fact, I've brightened this painting up significantly. The actual painting, or most reproductions you see online, are really dark. And it's supposed to be kind of the world of dreams and darkness. So, but I think our painting will brighten it up a little bit, so it's not just totally bathed in shadow. Okay, so what you do is you can download the template, as I have done here, and I'm going to transfer it onto a 9x12 sized canvas. So this is actually a canvas I bought from the dollar store. And where did I put my... I was gessoing these earlier today. And so they come wrapped in plastic. I take the plastic off, and then I put some white acrylic gesso over top the surface. And then I let that dry, ideally overnight, but I just let it dry for a couple hours. And then I sand it down, and that helps get the surface a little bit smoother than it normally comes right out of the plastic. So again, this is a 9x12 sized canvas, and I'm just going to transfer it onto this, or using this, the outline, which I downloaded and printed here on my inkjet printer. And you can see I can't find my paper, because again, I just moved 3 weeks ago, so I couldn't find my paper, so I printed it out here on a piece of sketchbook paper. Where there's a will, there's a way, right? So today I'm going to use some carbon paper, or I think this is graphite paper, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, graphite paper. Graphite and carbon paper are almost identical. Obviously, carbon and graphite are not the same thing. But in terms of this application, they're going to be very similar. This is something I have ordered off of Amazon. This 100 sheets of graphite paper, I think it was like $12 or something. So it's relatively inexpensive. Just trying to think, do I want to move that up at all? I'm just going to move this over. Just a little bit, so she's basically centered right in the picture. I might move it up a little bit so her hand isn't so close to the bottom. Actually, that's probably fine. Okay. Also, so this carbon paper, you can see, is dark and shiny on one side and matte and gray on the other side. We want the shiny side facing down. After all, that's where the graphite is. Dante says, good morning, good evening. Hello, Dante. Bella says, a while ago I saw a stairway or staircase painting. Now I can't seem to find it. Any idea what should be the keyword for me to search for this beautiful painting? I saw stairway or staircase painting. I don't know. It depends. I mean, the key word that you would use to find that, I have no idea. I mean, stairs, stairway, I don't know what else was in that painting. Are there people in there? That's a good question. Oh, and there's Stephanie says, hi everyone. Hi Stephanie. Nice to see you in the chat. Okay, so there's a lot of detail. It took me about 2 hours to do the outline for this. So I'm not going to go back over top of all of my lines. I forgot to brace this whole structure. It's kind of swaying around. Man, there's so many things to do setting up a new studio. I've been building shelves, most of which you'll probably never see on camera, but it's all to help me do what you see on camera. And you know, when I was in my old studio, I had everything kind of, eventually, it took me about 6 months to get to that point where I had everything kind of nicely set up so I could just, you know, it's like a turnkey operation. I could just go into my studio, turn the lights on, and within minutes I could be live broadcasting, live streaming over YouTube here. I'm not quite there with this setup. It's eventually I will be, but it's going to take me a little bit longer to get it all seamlessly set up. I should also mention, you know, after you've done a little bit of this, probably a good idea just to flip the paper up and make sure the lines are indeed going on to the other side, because I can't tell you how many times I've done this and spent, you know, 20 minutes doing the outline and then realized, oh, I had the carbon paper or graphite paper upside down, so literally there's nothing on the paper or the canvas. So I'm not going to do all these details like her hair. I just want to get the basic structure of that. There's the same thing with all of these folds on the fabric. Right, like this is painting fabric is fun because it can create really cool effects, but it also can be super time consuming. So I'm gonna probably narrow down these folds to half as many as we see in the original here. Of course, just as soon as I went live, I was like, oh, I forgot to order a fan for my overhead camera here because last time it overheated. So, and I'm just like, whoa, it's getting kind of hot here in the studio. It's funny, even though there's no LED lights, everything, there shouldn't be any extra heat with the lights on. It feels, as soon as I press live on the feed, it gets hot. I don't know if that's stress or what that is, but so now I'm just looking, is there any egregiously missing lines here? Like things like where her knees are, that's important for me. I was gonna say new descending a staircase, but I thought, you know, that's such a modern painting. I thought it might have been something less kind of, I suppose, kind of quirky. This new descending a staircase by Marcel Duchamp. Dante says, I'm in the line of action part of the drawing lessons you made, and it's very hard. It's been 3 days, still practicing and trying other methods. It's probably the hardest video out of all the 14 I've watched. Yeah, but there are other videos, drawing videos I did that talk about other techniques for drawing the figure. If you find the line of action really hard, that's just one of, you know, virtually infinite ways of drawing the human body. So don't give up. Consider trying the envelope method, or I think the block-in method. That term is used interchangeable for those two, that same technique. Try the block-in one. Very, very different, but some people prefer it. It's definitely less people like it, but that might be just the one just for you. Okay. We did do a version. We featured Marcel Duchamp's new Descending a Staircase. I don't know when we did that. Maybe a year ago or so. So if you want to follow that episode, that might be helpful. Let me just see before I do this. Okay, next step, I want to stain the canvas with a little bit of color. And those of you who've been following for a while know that my preferred way of doing this is to use a little bit of warm yellow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of my paint out here, and I'm going to put a little bit of this warm yellow onto my palette. People always ask, you know, why do we want to do the Imprimatura? And there's a few reasons there on the screen. You know, this is something that artists have done for hundreds of years in the West, and you don't have to do it. A lot of artists today that I see on YouTube don't do this at all. But I am a big advocate, as you probably know, about for using this technique, because it really helps get me started. It's part of my warm-up routine, as well as having all sorts of other benefits. But I really like it for the routine aspect it provides me with, of just getting something started. I'm just going to put a little bit of extra paint here so I can make a black right there. I'm not too happy with the colors from the overhead camera right at the moment. It's something that I have to play with. It was one of those things, oh yeah, I'll do that before next week's episode. And here we are next week, and I still haven't do it. Oh. Marcel Duchamp is the name of the artist who painted the nude descending a staircase. Okay, I got all my paints out. So, to make my Imprimatura, this is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylics. And that's because water is going to help this yellow paint that I like using for my Imprimatura. The water is going to help it soak into the gessoed surface that I painted here earlier. Because gesso is basically just plaster powder and white acrylic. And this yellow is going to soak in. Because the Imprimatura is less like a painting layer and more like a staining layer. And there's definitely lots of different people who approach this step differently than I do here on the channel. In fact, often when I'm painting in person, I kind of might do this, or not in person, because I'm painting in person, but when I do my own artwork, I might combine a few of these steps together into one. Like I might draw or paint the underdrawing, combine that with my Imprimatura and maybe the first little bit of a background all together in one step. There's no right or wrong way to make a painting. And I think that's the most important thing, biggest takeaway from all of this is if you've got a method, a system, an approach, a technique that works for you and then keep on using it until it no longer works. Don't let anybody tell you you're doing it wrong. Don't let anybody tell you that you don't know what you're doing. If it works for you and it brings you joy, then that's the only thing that's important. I haven't had a chance to clean my table here. My daughter loves to draw right where I am right now. And I don't know if you can see all the little scribbles and things all over the table. And I love that, so I'm in no hurry to clean her scribbles off the table here. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this. Misha asked, how old is she? And I assumed you were talking about my daughter, and she's 5 years old. At first I was like, are we talking about this woman here? I have no idea how old she is. And then I was like, that would be an absurd question. So probably talking about my daughter, because that's what we were just talking about. Okay. This is, what a weird painting this is. and that's one of the reasons why this painting has fascinated people for over 200 years, is how strange this one is. Okay, so let's move to the next step here. Before we move on to actually painting this painting, let's talk a little bit about Henry Fuseli's life, his biography, and maybe this painting in a little bit more depth here. So, let's go right to the Wikipedia page. I think I can enlarge this for myself here. So, Henry Fuseli is born in 1741 in Zurich, Switzerland, and eventually passes away in 1825 at age 84 in London, England. Even though he's born in Zurich, he spends the vast majority of those 84 years of his life in England. And Fuseli is acknowledged as one of as having a great deal of influence on art of the period, but even his influence can be felt today. And I think he was really instrumental in popularizing the fascination with the macabre and horror. Like, I mean, potentially, had Fuseli not lived, we would probably still have a horror movie genre, but it might look a little bit different than it does today, because Fuseli was one of the earliest artists to really make a career out of painting the darker side of the human mind. And artists like particularly William Blake, who we've done 3 William Blake paintings over the years. William Blake was a particularly huge fan of Fuseli. So let's take a look here. It's about his biography. So he's, as I said, Fuseli's born in Zurich, Switzerland, and ironically, even though his father was quite a successful painter, portrait painter in his own right, he discouraged his son from becoming an artist himself. So, which is, not uncommon. You hear some stuff like that with musicians who don't want their children to be musicians because they know how difficult it is, or actors who encourage their children to go into anything but acting because of how unstable the industry can be. So same sort of thing. His father encouraged him to become a minister, but clearly the young Fuseli had a lot more, was quite talented from a young age and couldn't resist the pull of the arts. So kind of a long story about how he ends up leaving Switzerland, but it has to do with kind of a young friend of his who eventually gets involved in politics, and because he's associated with that friend, he feels, and that friend kind of falls out of favor. He himself feels a little bit, I don't know about unsafe, but just less of a just a climate that he's not, he doesn't identify with. When it's like same sort of thing when people say, oh, if Donald Trump wins, I'm going to move to Canada, right? Well, pretty quickly after the election, even after Donald Trump got elected, most people are like, well, Do I really want to move to Canada? I mean, I'm in Canada right now. I'm a Canadian. I love Canada. That's why I'm here. But it's same sort of thing. But Fuseli did move, and one of the things he did is he moves to Italy. And while he's in Italy, he studies art in Italy. Probably it also allowed him to get away from his father, who again was discouraging his interest in art. And so while he's in Italy, he's looking at all the great Renaissance artwork that's out there. Remember, this is like the 1480s, but this is like, what, 1460s? So it's only 200 years after kind of the high point of the Renaissance. So it's not like it's distant history as it might seem for us today. This is, Italy is still feeling the ripples of artists like Leonardo and Michelangelo, and so Fuseli really falls under the spell of Italian art, particularly the art of Michelangelo, and he falls so deeply in love with Italian art that he changes his name and Italianizes it to the Fuseli as we know today. And I can't remember, I watched some pronunciations of his original kind of Germanic name. It was Johann Heinrich Fusil, and Fuseli, but when he changes it to Italian, I think it was partly, it's almost like a stage name. He wants it to himself to be seen as kind of more of an Italian artist than a Swiss or Germanic artist. Probably also that if you've ever met someone from Switzerland, you probably those people I've met over the course of my life, and friends of mine that are from Switzerland, often speak 3, 4, 5 languages. Might be English, German, French, and Italian, because of the location of Switzerland surrounded by so many of those countries. So it probably also wouldn't have been a major change for him to kind of adopt more of an Italian identity. So after spending time, I think he lived for 8 years in Italy. He stops briefly back in Switzerland, but ultimately moves to England. And it's when he's in England that he really immerses himself even more than ever into the local art scene. And he somehow manages to make fast friends with a number of really important British artists of the time. One particularly being the famous artist Sir Joshua Reynolds. And Joshua Reynolds was during that time, but certainly since, has become kind of one of the great titans. You'd say like on the Mount Rushmore of British artists, you probably find Joshua Reynolds there. And so when he shows Joshua Reynolds maybe a bunch of the sketches, the drawings that he made while he was in Italy, Reynolds tells him almost immediately, you should drop everything now and devote yourself 100% to making art. And, Joshua Reynolds would have been like meeting Steven Spielberg. And if Steven Spielberg told you to stop everything and go buy a camera and make movies, you would probably figure that guy probably knows a little bit about making movies. Maybe I should listen to him. So Fuseli does the same thing. When he gets that feedback from Joshua Reynolds, he decides, okay, yeah, I'm going to listen to this guy. He clearly knows a little bit about what he's talking about. One of the great artists of all time. I'm going to follow his advice. So he does. He becomes. He devotes himself purely to making art. Certainly at the beginning, a little bit of a struggle, but he manages to. By the time that Fuseli dies, he's actually a relatively wealthy artist, as much as artists were during the time or even today. And partly it's because of this particular painting. And so, you know, it's only a couple of years after he has been in England, where he or no, hold on, so that's a couple decades later. So yeah, he's in England for about 1778, 79. Okay, yeah. So it's only a couple of years after he moves back to England, or to England, where he makes the painting we're going to be recreating today, The Nightmare. It's also not too soon after that he gets married. He marries a woman named Sophia Rollins, and who was one of his models that he used for many of his paintings when he first arrived back in England. And there's interesting, there's lots of stories about her being both a very beautiful woman, but also someone who is like really into fashion, right? That she's, and I think probably helps him choose the fabric and clothing of all of in many of the paintings that he subsequently takes on. She also introduces him to other people who become models or subjects of Fuseli's paintings as well. I thought it's also really interesting. It just shows how influential Fuseli is that the young writer Mary Wollstonecraft, who later famously writes Frankenstein, sort of courts this artist even after he's married. She is, you know, infatuated with Fuseli, tries to convince Fuseli to go on a trip to Italy with her together, but that, of course, that's squashed by his wife, understandably so. But it shows like how Fuseli has sort of, by this point in time, and this is, you know, maybe 8 or 9 years after he's made today's painting, how he's sort of cemented himself in the popular culture in England as the painter of nightmares, as he's often been called. And obviously, Mary Wollstonecraft, or Mary Shelley as she goes by after she marries Shelley, the poet, she you know, herself becomes kind of like the main figurehead for the kind of Gothic writers, Gothic literary movement. What else do I want to say here? You know, this talks about John Milton and the drawings that he did, illustrating some of Milton's poems. Again, you can see that he's quite well connected into not just the painting world, but the literary world. Let's take a quick look at some of his art. One of the reasons I was a little bit late starting is I wanted to be sure that everything we were going to look at is relatively safe for work, as they say, because one of the things that Fuseli becomes quite well known for is his erotic artwork. He produces a large number of drawings that are very very erotic. What many people might today consider borderline pornographic artwork, and actually most of the surviving, or the works that he made that were in the family's collection after he died, were destroyed by his wife, which is not uncommon. That's something that often happens when artists pass away. You know, the family kind of goes through the work and is like, maybe some of these things we should put in a drawer and forget about, or sometimes they're just outright destroyed, or they edit the journals and all that kind of stuff. Get rid of any kind of books that are, don't kind of fit the kind of the account that the family kind of wants to portray going forward of that person. And that becomes that's one of the things that happens to this large number of erotic drawings that Fuseli created throughout his life, which are also very popular. There's this quite a large demand for those kinds of drawings, like especially among the, that wealthier class, for these kinds of artworks. I remember when I was in Italy years ago, I'm trying to remember which museum it was. There's a museum, it might be the Uffizi Gallery, now it could be, in Florence, where there's a secret room that has their kind of erotic art collection. And it would have been one of those things where, the wealthy would, after having dinner and smoking some cigars, the men, it was almost always the men, would go and retire to the particular room and go look at all of the dirty artwork that the collector had kind of set aside. So anyway, we're not going to look at any of these, hopefully any of those, although they can be found. Lots of it did survive, but the vast majority of it was destroyed by his wife. Anyway. So let's see. These are artworks that he created right before he left Italy. These are some where he first moved back to England. It's interesting reading about him. Is that there is definitely a disagreement as to the quality of Fuseli's ability. Some people have quite negative things to say about his portraiture and figurative elements, and consider him to be kind of like a one-trick pony, a gimmick artist who really just made his name making dirty pictures for rich people. But it's almost because of that maybe dismissal by the highbrow art critics that he becomes so beloved, almost like a cult figure, by other artists who see that part of him as kind of almost like a heroic underdog story. That and I think especially when we look at like William Blake, whose own artwork was, I mean, I'm a huge William Blake fan, but mostly the artwork, a little bit to do with poetry. I mean, William Blake is almost, a godlike figure in England, but also created lots of his own artwork that is, many of those figures are pretty awkward. They don't kind of, or at least in terms of classical art. And yet I think that's one of the reasons I like William Blake's work so much, is that they're so William Blake's works are so idiosyncratic. Like they're unlike anything anybody else was creating at the time. And Fuseli's work is very similar. That there's not a lot of other people making the work that he was making during the time he was making it here. There's so many great stories about some of these paintings. I'm trying to think was it this one? Like the way that it's funny, like Fuseli would also make these kind of notations on his paintings or with the titles that would suggest that there was that he was illustrating that he was illustrating parts of lesser known parts of famous texts by people like Milton, or Dante. Speaking of Dante, or here there in the chat, that he would, and so there's a kind of a famous quote there. I think it was Byron, who was a big fan of Fuseli's painting. The author, poet, Lord Byron, found himself going through his library trying to find these obscure quotes that one of Fuseli's paintings was based on. It finally came to him like a month later, like, I cannot find the quote that you're talking about. Like, where is this scene that you've illustrated? Fuseli's like, oh, I just made it up. And so Byron's like, but then why did you say that this is like a, this obscure quote by this obscure author, from Greek mythology? And Fuseli's like, oh, I just thought it would be kind of fun, just adds to the mystique of it, right? And so there's also that kind of very playful kind of quality that would have been, very odd I think at the time, that Fuseli's sort of creating his own mythology, or that he's illustrating, like, it reminds me of a few things. Like, it reminds me of Don Quixote, and there's another book, what is it called? The Lost Manuscript of the Saragossa. Yes, the manuscript found in Saragossa by Jan Potocki. That this is also a great. I've read this book. This is a super strange, weird book that kind of purports to be a lost book, but was just totally invented by the author, and so it's kind of full of, it's like stories within stories. And so when I'm sort of doing this research, I was thinking a lot about that kind of thing, about how Fuseli is, like William Blake does later, really interested in developing his own mythology, and yet kind of trying to place his work into certain kinds of contexts. I don't know if it's similar. Just I was watching a video the other day about the Coen brothers, and how at the beginning of the movie Fargo, there's kind of a text at the beginning that says everything you're about to see is based on true story, and the names have been changed to protect the innocent. And yet it turns out that that movie's entirely invented. It's not based on any murder, mystery, or case. I mean, probably little bits in here from all sorts of different things, but it's also kind of like, well, why would you say that at the beginning of a movie, that it's true when it's not true? But it's part of kind of to give a particular mindset to the person viewing the pictures. Like here's again, also, as I said, not only friends with a number of important authors and writers, poets of the time, but also illustrated scenes from Milton's books and Shakespeare's book. Like here we have illustrations of from Macbeth, where Lady Macbeth is kind of confronting her husband after he's killed. Was it his brother, the king? Who did Macbeth kill? I think it's his brother that he murders to become the king himself, right? So, how much more do I want to say here before we get painting? I love this portrait here that James Northcote did of Fuseli. Just a beautiful portrait there. Okay. I think, you know what, maybe one thing I sometimes do, so just before we actually begin painting today's painting, I just want to take a couple seconds to give a little appreciation for today's painting and why I think it's so interesting and important. So this painting is made in 1781. It's first exhibited in 1782 at the Royal Academy in London, and almost immediately upon being first exhibited, it captures the audience, the public's imagination. There's something about this picture that people immediately identified with. Maybe it was the time, maybe it's the subject matter, could have been all of the above, but this image of this kind of demon-like figure that's sitting on this young woman who's passed out or asleep, totally helpless. You know, there's lots of debate as to what's going on in this picture. Is this what is it? It's not a demon. It's, what do they call these? An incubus, right? Is this incubus? Is it there for real, or is it a projection of her imagination? Is she dreaming the scene that we're seeing, or are these figures actually appearing in real life? The other thing that's kind of strange is this horse, that's poking its head through the curtains. You know, some people have said it's sort of like a pun, that it's a nightmare, a mare being a female horse, and or that it is sort of like, you know, there's lots of you know, the four horsemen of the apocalypse, often like, you know, these nightmare images of men, you know, the headless horsemen, but these sort of ghost horses running around at night, and so potentially that this, you know, is just another kind of nightmare image, and but it could also just be a very kind of fun, playful pun on the word nightmare by including a horse at night, right? Other things here, you know, the way that she's, there are other paintings that are similar to this, where we have the kind of this figure, this woman kind of helplessly kind of sprawled open like this, that have been used throughout art history to evoke things like death and suicide, and that's potentially what we see with the this little side table. Like, what are those? Or are those some sort of you know, is that cyanide she's served herself before dying, or sleep aids? What exactly is going on here? But, you know, again, one of the things that makes this painting, beyond the fact that it's strange and weird, and the viewer projects so many things into this painting, is just the idea that an artist might illustrate such a scene to begin with, right? This is at a time in art history where the main focus of so-called high art is on illustrating these like epic history scenes of important battles, coronations of kings. You know, this is kind of the beginning of the Napoleonic era, where, you know, artists like Jacques-Louis David are painting pictures of Napoleon rising to power and the big battles that Napoleon fought, as well as illustrating scenes from ancient history, Greco-Roman history, like the death of Socrates. And so you have most of the great artists of the time making paintings that there were either portraits of kings and queens or the nobility, or painting pictures of history, either recent or ancient history. And yet Fuseli himself goes and makes this very idiosyncratic, almost, you might also say, kind of very personal painting based on his own mythology that he's created. I mean, some of these characters might have associations to other things, but that is one of the things that makes this painting particularly important, is just the idea that an artist might make a painting that isn't really based on anything else but the artist's own inner world, or that it's a story that the artist themselves has invented that they want to illustrate. And today we take things like that for granted. Like, so what's the big deal? People do that all the time. Well, yeah, now people do that all the time, but 200 years ago, 300 years ago, that was really weird. That would be a, it would be sort of like saying, like, well, why does anybody care about what this guy, his thoughts and dreams and stories? Like, a real artist is illustrating those stories and histories that everyone agrees are important. And, like, who does this guy think he is to tell us a story from his own head? Like, why is he so important that he thinks he's good? Like, what is this guy? Like, who does he think he is to do such a thing like that? So this is one of the kind of the instances, this painting, but also many of the other similar paintings that Fuseli did throughout his career, that kind of start to break open the doors or the ceiling as to the limitations that artists had felt for, since the dawn of time, and starting to kind of put out there into the world that an artist could express themselves as opposed to expressing other people, rich people's worlds and important moments in their lives. So beyond all of the interesting, darker themes in this painting, just the idea that an artist could tell their own stories through their work was quite radical. So that's one thing that makes this painting really, really important, and Fuseli as an artist important. The other things too is, again, this interest in the macabre, these kind of the darker themes, particularly ideas about the person's unconscious, right? That this person is this woman is perhaps asleep, and there's these are images that are coming up from within her, these nightmares that she might be having, and this is not like the Queen of England or something. This is, an unidentified woman. That inner world of the unconscious could be ripe for the exploration by artists. Authors had been writing about some of these kinds of things, but we don't really see depictions like this in painting until Fuseli really comes along. And so the depiction of this incubus, this kind of darker world of the dreams, becomes fascinating to artists like Edward Landseer and William Blake and so on, but obviously becomes really, really important for artists like the Surrealists and the Dada artists of the 1920s, 1930s. Like, well, I guess what is that? That's like, well, almost 200 years. Well, 100 years later, really. It was when the Surrealists, after this painting was created, really start to exert their influence over popular culture. So the Surrealists like Salvador Dali, Andre Breton, René Magritte, and so forth, Frida Kahlo, for them, it's the unconscious, the world that comes alive when we go to sleep, or when we're not, when our conscious brain is left, leaves our unconscious brain unattended, where images like this are able to play, right? So this painting and other paintings by Fuseli become kind of like the ground zero for the surrealist painters, or about 125 years later. And obviously, if it wasn't for the surrealist painters and artists, you know, our contemporary pop culture here in the West would be very different. You know, we take it for granted that we see, you know, a gecko advertising insurance on, you know, at the Super Bowl, that we might see animated movies with talking cars and plants and bugs and things like that. We take all that for granted, but that historically, you know, would have, you know, just 150 years ago would have been blasphemous, basically. Like, you could get yourself in a lot of trouble by suggesting that inanimate objects or animals could have an inner world themselves. And so Fuseli is really, really important for not just for not popularizing, but for establishing all of those things as possibilities for an artist to explore. Misha says, reminds me of Goya for sure. Yes, Goya is a little bit earlier than Fuseli, working in Spain, but similar kinds of themes. Goya, absolutely, especially towards the end of Goya's life, like those dark paintings. Yeah, great example. And it's funny too, because Goya often comes up when you look up Fuseli as a kind of comparable artist. That's great. Yeah, that's great comment there, Misha. Stephanie says, haunting for sure, the Incubus. Yikes. Oh, Bella says, I found it. It was the Elijah Clark's staircase painting. That's okay. So very different than Marcel Duchamp's. Yes. Misha says, sounds like he was a pioneer in the art field during his time. In a way, he also contributed onto art today by making paintings at his time. Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. So he was deeply influential. So Fuseli was deeply influential to the artists of his time and those immediately following. But the ripples of what he set in motion are felt even to this day. And I think it's a testament to the fact that this painting continues to be to inspire artists, to cause debate, that of how successful it is, because there's lots of other paintings that kind of have come and gone throughout the popular imagination over the centuries since then. Okay. So let's move on. What I want to do now is I want to do a little bit of underpainting to help preserve some of the most important details that I fear could get lost as I start to work on this painting. So I'm going to mix up some black, or it could be any kind of darker color, but I want to use this as a way of helping me preserve my pencil lines under subsequent layers of paint. So what I have here is some cool yellow, cool blue, and warm red. Now, you know, I'm just going to mix all this up. Really, there's too much warm red here, so it's making what I'm trying to make as a black look more brownish. But that's okay. We just want a dark color, and Later on here, I can add a little bit more blue to this paint to make it go up, turn into a bit more of a black. I mean, you could literally use black paint to do this, obviously, but I'm going to use my brown here because I'm going to paint over all of the lines I'm about to paint anyway, so I'm not super concerned about it about what this, I mean, this could be a dark purple or anything like that. So what I want to do is areas where I feel like, well, if I lost where that toe goes, I'd be in a little bit of trouble. Where the knees are, that to me is important. Let's see, this horse, the nightmare, which is pretty silly. I mean, it's almost so silly, this pun of the horse, the nightmare, that it almost makes you wonder if it's just almost by coincidence. Okay. So I'm not locked into these lines, they're helpful to have. So I might reduce some of these folds too, just because there's so many of them. The other thing too is because this painting is so dark, you know, we could later on, once we've got this painting kind of mostly established, go in and just put really dark, almost opaque shadows over a lot of this painting, and especially anything that you feel is a little bit awkward, and they just disappear. Yeah, that painting, Misha, or Bella, you were talking about the Elijah Clark's staircase. Both of those paintings we did of hers, I really love. Actually, they were in our living room for the longest time. And I think I mentioned too, like, I think Elijah Clark as an artist, I think, will become more and more well known as time passes. I mean, she's well known-ish today as a kind of a feminist icon, but it's because so much of her work is actually participatory in nature, I think, and since a lot of art these days is becoming more and more like audiences interact with them, I think that's gonna make her more and more of like a pioneer in art going forward. So by making a painting of hers, you can get in on the ground floor and have some. So 10 years from now, when Elijah Clark is sort of like the main artist everyone's talking about, and like, oh yeah, I've been a big fan of hers for decades now. In fact, I made this painting based on her work. You're like, what? How did you know about her? Just, kind of hip like that, follow artists from around the world. Now, it's interesting the way that this painting is there's this. It is a little bit awkward, this other leg. I was almost debating whether I want to remove that. Anyway. Okay. So while doing things like this isn't the most entertaining thing on camera, it plays an important role in everything we're going to do later on. Where's my water? Let's clean these up. I never heard of her before. Yeah, so there's. How did we do? I think we did 2 paintings by Elijah Clark. I don't know if there were 2 They might be two different episodes. I'm trying to think if we just did one episode and did two paintings or multiple episodes. Very important to have lots of tea options. Okay. So. Now that we've got this painting, the foundational stuff well established, let's start putting in some colors. And I'm going to start here in the background. Let's look at the painting and just see where on earth we want to start here. So I'm just looking at like the curtains back here. I'm trying to think about how I want to approach that. See, it's not particularly the highest quality picture I'm working from. Well, I'm just going to paint. What color is that over there? It's like a blue. Okay, so I'm going to paint a cool red throughout most of the background here, and then we'll paint a cool blue on the other side. So I'm just going to take this cool red right out of the off the palette there. And while I could just start adding some gray and things in here, I'm going to paint it just this pure red right out of the tube. Once again, as a way of just filling the texture of the paper a little bit, or the canvas. And by doing that, it's going to just help me get a nice, as smooth a surface as possible. Like that paint's going to fill in some of the texture of the canvas. Oops. Sorry. Because the smoother all of this is, the easier it's going to be for me to do, you know, folds and glazes and all that kind of stuff. Notice how like I'm fairly fearless about when I'm like painting over some of these things, maybe even deliberately painting over top of pencil lines. Or not pencil line, the lines into it for another color here. That way I can get a pretty seamless. Paint that there. I'm going to take my cool blue now. Once again, just right out of the tube. Remember, so much of this is just going to be really dark later on. But even if it's going to be black, I want some of these details to be able to kind of come in and out of the shadows. That's going to make this painting much better, rather than just, you know, encasing it all into a big black shadow. Trying to think, do I want to do that same sort of thing right now with the foreground elements? Hi, there's Carrie. Hello, everyone. Misha says, is Elijah Brown a Brazilian artist? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure she was Brazilian. Gavin says, Lubriderm Aloe Coconut. Okay. Sounds good. So I'm just debating how much of this I want to cover up right now. I'd like to kind of basically get as much of that yellow painted in as quickly as possible. So yeah, let's paint in the horse and the incubus as well right here. So let's take a look. What is that horse is gray. Whoops. incubus is kind of a yellow green. So maybe I'm going to take a bit of this. I mean, I could just leave him kind of a yellow, but I figure let's put in some of this green right now. Let's take some white. So this is my brown from before. I'm just gonna add a bit more blue to it. This is I was making a black, but because there's so much yellow in there, it became kind of, or sorry, there's so much red in there, it became kind of quite brown. So by adding a little bit more blue to this mixture, we have a bit more of a gray color. Mika says, I'm from Brazil, but I live in the USA for a long while. That's awesome. I remember when we did that episode, there were also some other people from Brazil in the chat who hadn't heard of Elijah Clark before. Which is, you know, just sometimes people talk about Canadian musicians or something, and I'm like, I don't know who that is. Never heard of them. So, okay, so that's good for our initial pass on the background. So now let's switch to, we're gonna go to the foreground. Now that we've got the parts in the background started, let's go to the foreground. Let's fill in all this yellow here, and so that we can see this painting for what it really is without so much of the Imprimatura in the way. So I'm going to use the same kind of gray that I was just using. However, I'm going to put a bit of warm blue in here. Maybe I'm just going to even exaggerate that a bit more. This is, I might have made this a bit darker. Right? I have made this darker than I was anticipating. That's okay. Then I'll just, as I add, as I work on the folds, I'll be mostly lightening them up. One thing is, going this dark can make it a little bit trickier because I don't have the, it's going to make it harder to see all of my pencil lines or the underpainting that I did as well. As it dries, though, I should be able to see a bit more of them. Usually as these acrylics dry, they become a little bit more transparent as they dry. Not always, but... I'm going to do this same thing with maybe even more blue in here for the mattress. Bad. I'm just going to now take this brown that I made. This is the exact same color as I used for my underpainting. So I think this is the bed frame. So this is like, okay, I just realized this thing here is sort of like a little seat in front of the bed. So I'm gonna actually make that a little bit different so it's more visible. And I wonder what color I should do the floor. That should be maybe a warm green, maybe? So let's just take some of our warm yellow. I'll just take this color just like that. Just take a bit more warm yellow. Mix it into this brown. Color should that blanket be? Let's take a bit of the warm blue. We'll just put that in here. I think it's a dark green. I guess talking about Brazilian culture and food. Misha says, nice, Nikki. Brazil is one of my destination countries to visit. And Nikki says, wow. So I'm sure you'll love the food, the culture, the people, the music. You'll have a great time. I bet. I mean, I when the Olympics and the World Cup were there, I was contemplating going down there, but it's also like, you know, those big events are not necessarily the best way to see a culture or a city, you know, a country, because everything's just so busy. And a lot of the locals leave town. Like I remember here when the Olympics were in Vancouver, a lot of my friends left town. They were like, I don't want to be here. It's, you know, some people had ethical, opposition to the Olympics, and I stayed here. I loved being here during the Olympics. I thought it was amazing. But, you know, like, traffic was a nightmare the whole time, so I totally get why a lot of people just want to get out of town, so... Okay, let's say what color should the floor be? You know, in the original, it's, I don't know what that is. It's just dark. It is kind of like a yellow. Let's take a warm yellow. Let's put this into our gray down here. Kind of a grayish yellow. So really it's not super important if that's not already clear. in terms of what colors I'm even picking at this stage. I'm just trying to fill in the blanks. But yeah, I'd love to go to Brazil. That's definitely probably in my top 5 places to visit. So one thing, you know, I'm just trying to kind of block in color and also kind of establish just slightly different colors throughout, so that as I start to darken, you know, things are kind of going to get really dark, obviously, everywhere. But I want, if you look at it, to be able to perceive different shapes in the shadows. So obviously there's her hair, the fabric, I'm just gonna take this same color for her hair. She's got kind of like a grayish blonde hair. So I'm going to take once again a little bit more yellow. Okay, now I'm just going to take some more of this warm yellow. You notice like I'm barely cleaning my brush throughout this. I don't mind if the colors are kind of mixing, or if it gets a little bit kind of muddy. Take my warm red right out of the tube. trying to figure out what's going on here. Looks like this blanket is kind of over top of this red one here, so. Okay, and then let's mix a flesh tone. So we're going to take our warm yellow, warm red, mix this kind of, there's a little bit of white in there, that's okay because I want that in there anyway. Take a little bit of blue, and that's going to make it go into the brown. She's definitely super pale. That's a little bit, let's add even more white to this. I'm going to take a bit of my brown to kind of get it a little bit more on the gray side, just a little bit. So this is more pink and orangey. Well, more pink, more fleshy color than you know maybe I really want. But this is again just the first stage of this color. Notice how I'm not obsessing about getting this color right now. And if anything, having maybe a little bit more warmth under that skin is going to work well. When I kind of make it look a little bit more white later, paler later on. Okay, I think that's good for now. We've got the first couple of layers. Misha says, my horse looks pretty scary already. Carrie says, that answers my question. I was just going to ask it again. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Carrie says, why did you use yellow as your base? Or why green? So that's my Imprimatura. That yellow is the yellow stain that I use. The Imprimatura is a traditional approach to painting. Traditionally, artists would use a bit more of a brown than I use. I like using the warm yellow. It just gives it kind of a bit more of a brighter Kodachrome, you know, summer sun kind of quality. And yeah, we've just covered all of it up, but it's still there. I often use the comparison to, it's like pizza sauce underneath the cheese. You might cover the whole thing up and you might not see any tomato sauce there, but when you bite into it, you taste it. So it's the same sort of thing in a painting. Even though we might not be aware that we're seeing that warm yellow, even as this painting progresses and gets darker and darker, it's influencing the way that we perceive the painting. So as opposed to just painting directly onto a white canvas, that warm yellow is going to influence those subsequent colors and give it a bit of a warmer kind of quality overall. It's also doing things like it's filling in more and more of the texture of the canvas. So that's going to make my life easier as I get closer to doing the details. All of these layers here are serving purposes to either because of the, both because of the color and it's influencing subsequent layers of color on top of them, but they're also creating a smoother and smoother surface for me to paint on. And personally, I like painting on a nice smooth surface, so anything I can do to kind of build up that and fill in the weave of the canvas, the easier it's going to make my life going forward. Okay. It always looks like there's like an earthquake going on here. It's got to be the priority for this week to brace this table. Okay. So let's get this cord. I keep stepping on it. Oh, my legs. So let's blow dry this and we'll move on. Carrie says, thank you for that. Every artist has a different approach to this, so I've learned. Absolutely. And certainly, you certainly don't have to follow or listen to anything I say. In fact, I encourage you to get a diversity of opinion, watch other people, take classes with other people. I'm going to sneeze. Yes, so the way that I like to do a painting is something that's over the years. It's come about through years of teaching and also doing my own artwork and trying to find what is the simplest way that I can show to a beginner how to get pretty good results that might even approximate like what great artists in the past have been able to do. So in some ways they are kind of taking some pretty complex ideas and like maybe oversimplifying them for sure. The Imprimatura is definitely my version of it, and also kind of breaking things down into as many steps as possible. Because a lot of other artists will kind of just blend everything together, and every painting starts in totally different ways. So just in order to kind of simplify it in easy steps that even a beginner artist can follow, sometimes that means it diverges a little bit from what the original artist did, but hopefully makes it easier for people to to do if they really wanted to do it on their own from the start. Thank you, Carrie. Okay, so I think we're ready to move on. It's always very exciting for me to see the painting at this stage, and then later on to see it when it gets much more filled in, right? But I think this is where you want to be able to get to. Like, in fact, you know, if you're a beginner painter, this is not too far out of the range of what a beginner could be able to do. And you might be pretty relatively happy with how this turned out, right? Obviously the colors are much more garish than in the original. Wow, that really sways around, doesn't it? Yeah, I've really got to, that's got to be a major priority this week. As if I don't have anything else to do. Okay. Now that basically most of my Imprimatura, if not all of it, has been covered up, obviously there's little gaps showing through, and some of it's transparent deliberately in a few places, and it's going to be kind of a trick to see if I can, how much of that will show through. I mean, in fact, probably most of this is going to get another layer of paint. I think very little of this will survive all the way through to the end. But anyway, let's go back to the background, and I think just debating, what do I want to do first here? Do I want to paint the horse or the curtains first? Carrie says, I just saw a Dali show that was weird but incredibly interesting. A Dali art exhibition? There is a movie of his coming, or about him coming out, called like Dali. Which looks pretty funny too, so I wonder if I think that's on its way. So there'll probably be a resurgence of interest in Salvador Dali, and I do have 2 Dali paintings coming up that I'd like to do before the end of the year too. So if you're interested in Dali, stick around. So, okay. So excited to get my desktop computer back up and having to do everything on my laptop. Everything's so much smaller. In fact, this is not the best painting to do with a very tiny screen. So, yeah, let's do the curtain, I think, is what I want to do first. I'm going to take a bit more of my cool blue here. Let's see if I can turn this more into a black. So there was just way too much warm red in here, and it made this go brown. So I'm just adding more cool blue in here. There we go. It's starting to kind of go into a dark black, dark gray. Now, this, like every other brand, they also have a lot of, there's titanium white in here as a filler, this brand as well, but just much less titanium white than is in some of those other brands that I discouraged people from buying. So I've got this now, this black that I've mixed. Maybe I'll take this. I might even have put just a little bit too much cool blue in there, but that's okay. We'll have a bit more of a slightly brownish or slightly purplish color, but as we mix it into that red, but that's okay. Can I keep that? So let's mix up a darker red here. Okay. So I could have done this earlier, and I could have mixed a darker red while I was painting the red background, but I made a decision to just focus on getting my colors roughly in place rather than fiddle with color mixing at that stage. Like, my goal was to fill in the biggest shapes of color as quickly as possible rather than worry about the details. Put a little bit more red in here. You know what? I'm I'm just going to do the same thing here with my cool blue. Just take the same color that's on my brush. Why did I use my warm red? I should have been using cool red, but that's okay. Show you what I'm doing here side by side. I might have been a little bit too dark, but that's okay. In fact, I'm going to take this same color I just used here and paint it over here into the shadow. Looks good. I'm just contemplating. I want to do that here. Maybe let's do that there too. Okay, cool. So I think actually what I'm going to do next is blow dry all of this because I want to start now glazing over top of this. So I want as dry of a surface as I can get. To answer your question, Carrie, the brand of paint that I'm using is these Amsterdam paints. Early in the episode, I talk all about all the materials that are required for making any of these paintings. And that's the same brand of paint I've used for the past almost 400 painting episodes. And all of that information, there's also links down below in the video description for that you can use to buy the paints directly, excuse me. So all those resources are all there as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do next here is I'm going to use some glazing fluid, and this is the matte or satin glazing fluid as opposed to gloss glazing fluid. I personally prefer to use always matte everything, especially because when things are glossy they look wet, and it can be hard to tell whether something's wet or dry when you're using gloss fluids. So I'm gonna take my matte glazing fluid or satin glazing fluid, same thing, and I'm just gonna blend my glazing fluid in here. So this is gonna make the paint more transparent, meaning that as I paint this color, it's not going to be quite so bold and opaque. I always say that glazing fluid is the timid painter's best friend, because we can make paint a brush stroke that isn't quite so bold as normally, and also because there's the chemicals in the glazing fluid that slow the drying time down. If I'm really unhappy with what I've done, I can just wipe it away like an undo button. And we can't really do that so much with it's pretty hard to do that with acrylic paint just right out of the tube. The other thing it's going to allow me to do is to kind of blend these edges out and get softer, to create shading, rendering these shapes. Right now I'm just going to darken that whole side down. On this side though, one thing to keep in mind is glazing fluid, because it's got that chemical, it slows the drying time down. It can, you just want to make sure that if you do anything over top of it, you want to make sure it's fully dry. Otherwise, what can happen is you peel that paint that you've just painted right off like a sticker. And that can be really upsetting if you're not expecting that to happen. So basically what I've just done is kind of just darkened everything by like 5%. Let me take this color, even though it's kind of a reddish color, I'm going to bring it into here anyway. Okay, so let's blow dry all that. So they've got this little bit of paint that I just stamped down on the bottom, just came right off my finger. So I'm just gonna wipe that away, get a little bit of water on there. You can see I actually took off more paint than I wanted. That's okay. Sometimes it makes the problem worse as opposed to better. I want to fix that. Let's see, what color did I use? I think it was this color here. So when I do little touch-ups like that, I kind of make it look, I want to integrate that color throughout the rest of the painting, so it's not just one little area that gets touched up. That way it's less likely to kind of stick out like a sore thumb of like, oh, this is where I fixed this area. Okay. So the other thing I want to do is get out a soft brush for blending. That's a little bit too scratchy. That's good. So what I'm looking for for a blending brush is you can use, like, for instance, this is what's called a mop brush. This is like for watercolor, and a mop brush you often use for putting down a big kind of like a wash. I also like using brushes, rather than throwing them away when they start to fray, they make for great blending brushes. So I like to keep those around. So I'm going to use this as a blending brush. And let's once again go back in here and put a little bit more glazing fluid. keep this a little bit wet. Looks like I don't really need it just yet. So I'm kind of painting these strokes and then trying to fade out the hard edges on either side. Okay, let's blow dry all of that. So I haven't even used my blending brush yet for any of this. So I'm just getting progressively darker and darker with this color. In fact, let's So even though it's not perfect, I don't want to fiddle with it too much. I'm just gonna let that sit there and start to dry. blow dry that again. So I think I'll just do a little bit more of this. Take a bit more of my cool red because I've been using warm red for some reason. Put a bit more of that cool red back in here. Ah, sorry, it's not on. Where is that? Stand it when I don't get anything on camera. Ah. Show you what how I'm interpreting this here. Ah. Misha says, applying multiple layers of paint is glazing? Not necessarily. I mean, that's you can apply multiple layers of paint and it not be considered glazing. Like, glazing is is applying multiple layers of almost transparent paint. So for instance, the most famous example of glazing would be the Mona Lisa, right? The smile of the Mona Lisa is done through glazing. Like dozens of layers of almost transparent paint that on their own you paint and you're like, it barely looks like anything's happened, but you do that dozens of times on top of one another and you can get a very subtle, almost imperceptible change from one color to another, or one value being contrast between light and dark. So you can create a gradient from one color to another using glazing. Because you can layer paint on top of one another and not be considered technically glazing. It could just be, for instance, wet on wet is applying wet paint on top of other wet paint. That's like Bob Ross, right? But that's not considered to be glazing. It's a different technique. But yeah, applying thin, semi-transparent layers over top of one another in succession eventually builds up, creates that contrast between colors or transitions from one color to another. I'm trying to think how much more of this I want to do back here. I don't know, do I want to... There's a lot of light back there. Let's keep that for now. Maybe it's time to work on the horse. I hope that camera doesn't cut out on me soon. Yeah, I should blow dry that before, because I don't want to, every time you're using glazing fluid, because it stays wet a little bit longer, we want to make sure it's fully dry before we apply more paint on top of it. So let's, what should we do? Let's mix a gray. Let's do it right in here. Let's mix this gray. Oops. And then I'm going to make a little bit darker gray next to it. Misha says, interesting. So here we use glazing medium. We are planning to achieve same transition in some areas. Not sure I understand what that means, Misha. So here we use... Carrie says, this is a very lengthy process. Think it took Leonardo da Vinci about 15 years to paint the Mona Lisa. Yes, it's a very slow, time-consuming process. which is why a lot of artists today don't use this technique at all. They're like, ah, I got better things to do. I want to finish a painting in a couple hours, not a couple years. Obviously, I'm not going to spend years working on this painting. I want to try to wrap it up in another like 3 or so hours. But yeah, in order to kind of get those effects, it takes time. Oil painting works a little bit better for doing this kind of thing because you can blend between colors faster because it takes so much longer to dry. So if you're really doing a lot of classical painting, oil paint would be probably your better friend than acrylic. But obviously not everyone has, can use oil paint for all sorts of different reasons. So sometimes you have to use acrylic paint. So this is probably one of the best ways to do it, unless you're painting very fast. And again, with acrylic paint, you could use slow dry medium to kind of approximate oil paint. But Carrie says it's a slow process, but starting to take shape. Yeah, you just have to be patient. And, some artists prefer taking a long time to work on a painting, versus some want to get it done as quickly as possible. So it's what's your temperament. Obviously, I've done other paintings on the channel that are that feature techniques that one can do much more quickly. Oh, it looks like I need to darken that a lot more than I thought. Like a little bit of like a dinosaur or something right now. So just in the interest of speeding things up, I've just added a bit of a even more black into this gray. Because the horse is probably not the thing that people are thinking about when they think about this painting, so I'm just gonna try to move this along. I knew it. Okay, my overhead camera just overheated. Okay, I gotta get some ice for that. Take a few minutes for that to heat back up. Dante says, just woke up, surprised you're still on. The painting looks great. Oh, I'll be here for probably another 3-4 hours, so you can go back to sleep, and I'll still be working on this. This is, again, this is a longer kind of painting. There we go, hopefully. Okay, so maybe let's take a bit of lighter, some gray, this lighter gray. So I can glaze with light colors as well as dark colors. It's not just for darkening things. So I'm kind of painting a little bit of like wet on wet, like I just said, like that kind of Bob Ross style. Well, I've got some wet paint on here. I got my grays mostly pre-mixed, so I can kind of blend these around. So what I'm doing right now is about as close as you can kind of get to replicating the process of painting with oils with acrylic paint here. So I'm using the glazing fluid kind of at the moment, kind of almost like incorrectly. I'm basically just stealing the properties that slow the drying time down from the glazing fluid and using it to keep this paint open, as we call it, as long as possible, so that I can blend wet paint and wet paint together. Okay, now there's all this kind of wild hair of the horse. I'm almost debating, well, I guess I'll do it. I was kind of debating whether I wanted to do it or not. You know, I think I'm just gonna leave that there. I want to continue painting that, but it might be okay like that. Kent says, "Hey, Michael, so good to see you. Is this spooky painting in honor of Halloween?" Absolutely, right? This artist is kind of known as the painter of nightmares, and so who better as to focus on for Halloween than Henry Fuseli, the painter of nightmares in honor of Halloween. Misha says, "It is very interesting painting to do. I love how it changes with every layer, but I think I am using thinner layers and will need more of them probably." Kent says, "No need for the blow dryer tonight. That horse has the lushest bedhead I've ever seen." That's pretty funny. Yes. I like that. Yeah. Okay. So let's move on to the incubus. This little monster here. To show you kind of. So, what colors are we talking about here? It's kind of like a I don't know, it's kind of like a brownish orangey color. So in fact, let's take our warm yellow. Oh, you know what? Are we still in the background? Yeah. Okay, now that we've tackled a bunch of things in the background, like the curtains and even the horse poking its head through the curtains, let's focus on the elements in the foreground, and we're going to start with the incubus. So let's start painting this kind of weird devilish-like figure that's sitting on the woman's chest. And, okay, so let's see. So I've started to mix up a brownish kind of color here. So I think it's sort of like a brownish, greenish kind of thing going on. And I'm just going to use this area that I was working on before. Let's take a bit more warm yellow, a bit more warm yellow, warm blue. Okay, and once again I'm going to put in some glazing fluid there. So this is once again going to make this color a little bit more transparent. You know, I think maybe to start, what should I do? So I'm going to blow dry this. Okay. And you know, I'm going to do another little layer of that. I like how this kind of brown is working with that green. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that one more time now. So I really like that combination of that green with this brown. Even though I think I should probably paint this whole thing to get closer to the color of the original, I think I'm going to leave as much. I want to try to resist the urge to get rid of all that green, because I kind of like how it looks. So let's then start darkening this down. So I'm just going to mix in some of this darker, basically, I don't know what this is. There's a bunch of different colors in here. We could just mix black in here. And it's just going to get that a little bit darker. Okay. In fact, I can even just take this. Whoa. Ah! Okay, that's water dripping from above. I'm gonna have to be mindful of that here. It's my ice pack on the camera up top there. So I'm just gonna have to occasionally put that ice pack back up. He's creepy. Oh, goodness. That little thing. Okay, let's blow dry that again. Misha says, it's getting late and my dog is calling me. Thank you very much. I will continue tomorrow, probably after tomorrow. This painting is very difficult. Good night, guys. Well, I'm super excited you're trying to paint along with me. That is very cool. I really appreciate that. Well, yeah, we'll see you again very soon, Misha. And give your dog a good tight squeeze for me. I'm a big dog lover, so anytime anyone wants to spend time with their dog, I love it. So I had a really tough time trying to draw out the underdrawing for this creature because it's very hard to kind of tell what is actually going on in the shadows. The good thing is that we can kind of, because it's dark shadows, we can kind of fake it all out and we don't really have to articulate it too much because it's going to be all dark. But that doesn't mean we just want to lay in a bunch of black here and there and just be done with it, because then I think it's a missed opportunity and it's also going to look kind of flat and boring in those places. Okay, I might leave this little fella for a little while here and come back later on, or maybe not, just depending on how I feel about this. love it. That's great. Yeah, it's definitely, it's, you know, it's different than the original, at least at this moment. But that's not a bad thing. Different is not necessarily bad. Okay. What should I work on next? So let's zoom back out here. Yeah, as I said, that probably should go more of a brown, but I kind of like the green goblin-esque kind of quality that we've got so far. I guess there is that little thing there that we pull the the curtain down to the tassel. That I think can survive without it for a little while we work on other parts. So obviously we want to do the figure, but I probably want to, as much as possible, paint this fabric over top of a lot of other things. So I think I want to come back to the figure in a little bit. So let's tackle kind of almost everything else except the figure next here. So what do we got here? Do I want to paint this bottle and all that stuff? So basically what I'm looking at is trying to find like what's furthest in behind everything. Because if I paint, what would be nice is if I can paint something and then paint the thing that's in front of it literally over top and over top. So I'm looking for things that are furthest away. So that's probably things like the floor, the table and bench or whatever this thing is that she's laying on top of. So that would mean probably in the order, maybe we could do floor, fabric here. So floor, wood, fabric, blue thing, then this, and then her. Okay, so floor. How do we want to tackle that? It's pretty dark. I think previously we just made a gray and we were using that. So, and I kind of made it a bit of a yellowish gray, didn't I? Let's take our warm yellow. Let's bring it in here. I was planning on doing this a little bit more opaque so I could have a bit more of my Imprimatura coming through, but I guess I just went a little bit nuts with the white, and it's gonna be way more opaque than intended. Okay, well, let's blow dry that. You know what? I might take this brown that I was using just moments ago. So what I'm doing is I'm anticipating just darkening a lot of this area under the table. So I'm just sort of getting this area prepped. So I'm going to take warm blue, mix it into this brown here. Let's do that as well. So I'm just looking at this, the print version here, or the engraving, I mean. blow dry all of that. I think just one thing also to notice is look how often I clean my brushes, like as often as I can, so that when I need them, they're nice and fresh and ready to go, and I don't have to wait for them to dry or to clean them. It's like I want to be like a surgeon. Scalpel, boom! Got a nice clean scalpel ready to go. Okay, so let's take some more of this black basically, and I'm going to put quite a lot of glazing fluid in here to make it more transparent. too much black. So this is what happens when you're glazing, and instead of using the hairdryer, you just keep pushing paint around. It starts to peel the paint off. It's what I always warn people about. Okay, so let's blow dry that, and then we'll just come back and do another layer. Let's blow dry that again. Where did... Okay, I think that's pretty good for that. Let's there's Raghav. Hi, Raghav? Is that how you say your name, my friend? It says, hey, Michael, hey, Michael. Hey, Raghav, hey, Raghav. I hope wherever you are on our beautiful planet, you're having a great day, or night, morning, noon, wherever you might be. So slowly but surely we're getting there. Next we'll do this fabric. I'm gonna come back and bring in a few details which got a little bit lost as I was darkening things down, like some of these table legs and things, but that's pretty good for right now. Again, like, glazing isn't just a one-way street. It's not just all about darkening. We want to darken and lighten. Raghav says, yep, that's correct. Love from India. I have been taking your beginner drawing course, and oh my god, you made me realize how much I love art. Oh, That's the nicest thing someone said to me in a long time. I really appreciate you sharing that with me. That is super cool. Oh, that makes me so happy. It's so just blows my mind that someone on the other side of the planet, another fellow artist like yourself, that we can connect in some way, and man, blows my mind. I'm so grateful. Thank you for sharing that with me. It just made my day. Very, very cool. Thank you, my friend. I'm glad it's helpful for you. And good luck on your creative journey. Join our Facebook group. Upload your progress on the drawings you're making. Next week, I'm going to be doing a free bonus episode where I'm going to give free feedback on people's artwork. So if you want to participate in that, I would love to help in any way I can and offer you some support and encouragement. So feel free to upload your work to the Facebook group. And okay, let's see. What do I want? Do I want to go to? So we were just doing Foreground Pass number 2. I'm just going to skip over the background because I feel like the background's good enough for now. Maybe I'll darken a little bit more, but now I want to go on and start painting, additional things here in the foreground, such as the fabric on the bed or whatever this is that she's laying on here. And then eventually starting to paint her as well. So fabric can be a big pain in the butt. We spend a little bit of time on the curtains in the background. Another reason why I like starting in the background is you can kind of warm up and kind of get your feet wet before you move on to the foreground, which is usually the thing people are going to see the most. So sometimes people give me a hard time, like, you're spending so much time in the background. But first of all, the background is important. It supports the foreground. But also it gives me an opportunity to, just get back into the rhythm. It's been a little while since I've done any of these techniques. So it just gives me an opportunity to practice, right? And there's nothing wrong with doing that, right? We don't expect everyone to always be perfect on the top of their game. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time for even myself to remember how to do some of these things. So let's look at the painting again. So I'm going to start with the red, and then I'm going to put the yellow on afterwards. Nikki says, "Hey teacher, I'm down here excited from your feedback in your special video for it. Yay!" Yeah, I look forward to seeing your artwork too, Nikki, and make sure you're posting it to the Facebook group, and I'm looking forward to talking about it and celebrating your art. Okay, so again, let's look at the fabric here and think about where I want to go. So let's take, so I've had, maybe I'll mix it again, because I was going to say, I'm just going to mix back into this big mixture I've got, but let's take some of our warm red. This is basically just black from before. Let's mix these up and get a darker red. There's glazing fluid still there, but won't hurt to put a little bit more in here. The more photographic, seamless kind of gradients you want to do, you want to do 5, 6, 10, 15 layers of this, and you want to take your time. I'm going to try to go a little bit faster because I don't want to be painting this all night long. I got to teach at the university tomorrow morning bright and early, so it'd be nice to, and I actually should do some grading too before I go to sleep, so I don't want to be up all night long on this. So I'm just going to kind of, jump as far forward as I feel like I can get away with. And that can mean that things can be a little bit clunky. I'm gonna move my. Because if I skip over, like if I try to hurry this kind of process, then it's not going to be quite as seamless, those gradients. There might be a little bit of yeah, just going to look a little bit less. Those transitions are just going to be harder, rougher than they might otherwise be. So that's actually more transparent than I was going for. I mean, it would work well if I was going to spend all night long on this, but as I just finished saying, I want to speed this up. So I hope it's coming across that this paint is kind of semi-transparent. It's also, because the glazing fluid has chemicals that slow the drying time down, I can put a little bit down and then I can kind of blend it out a little bit as it's starting to dry. I just always, I'm a broken record about this, but you know, it's if I fiddle too long, there's a fine point before, while this is kind of drying, where if I fiddle too much, I'm just going to literally peel this layer of paint right off. And that's usually where I lose my mind. Like, ah! So you got to kind of work quickly, even though the glazing fluid keeps the paint wet just that little bit longer. So I'm going to let that part dry for a bit. Let's move over here. So oddly enough, I always find it easier to paint fabric when I can see it in front of me. I often find it kind of tricky doing what I'm doing right now, kind of recreating someone else's folds in fabric. And, you know, I don't know what the logic is there. To me, it makes more sense that it should be, for me anyways, easier, because I'm looking at they've kind of solved the problem, I guess you could say. They've sort of figured out where the lines and everything are supposed to go. But I guess, especially when I'm trying to do this kind of quickly, I'm having to kind of make some kind of split-second decisions as to like which folds I'm going to paint and which ones I'm just going to ignore. And I often feel like I ignore the wrong ones. Whereas if I was working from the fabric directly from life, I just feel like I'd be more, or I am more able to, my decisions are more based on the actual material, and I don't know how to describe what is. Like, it's based on my own personal observations where I decide to remove folds, as opposed to, I gotta think about that. I think about it all the time, though, how... Okay, see? I don't know if you noticed that, like, as I'm painting, I'll just do this a little bit more. Notice how it's like, as I continue going into this drying glazing fluid, it's actually removing the color I put down. So that tells me I really got to blow dry that, because it's going to just get worse. Go back to the beginning again. Interesting. On camera that looks very orange, whereas this is a warm red for sure. Okay, well, I guess that just really is a good reminder. I've got to adjust my white balance on that camera. So I'm playing pretty fast and loose with the real painting here with these folds, just so that I can get this done as quickly as possible. So if you're looking at that, like, he's not painting those folds, quote unquote, correctly. It's because I'm hardly even really looking at them, to be frank. Okay, let's blow dry that again. Okay. Maybe I'm gonna zoom back out for a bit here. So I'm gonna take more of this same color. just use it to basically just darken a lot of things here. So what I'm doing is just basically darkening everything. Well, not everything, but most of that. I'm going to blow dry it again, and I'm going to do even another bit of that. Darken again. Okay, let's do even more of that. That's good. It feels like it's starting to kind of look like some nice deep folds. Okay, I think that's probably good for the red. Let's move on. So let's do that yellow fabric next. So that yellow fabric, let's, I guess I could use this same kind of brown here, but maybe let's just, actually, I guess I could need to put a little more paint on here. So you'd be surprised, like you think that tube, oh, it's basically empty. I could probably get another couple of episodes out of a tube of paint like that. So just before you start tossing your paints out, double check. I mean, this tool called the Tube Ringer is awesome. I love that thing. Okay, so let's take our warm yellow. This is basically just black over here. Let's take that. Okay, I got some glazing fluid in here to make it, again, a little bit more transparent, but also it slows the drying time down. So that way I can add details and smudge them, blend them out as desired. Ooh, my knees are starting to hurt. I gotta get I have one of those cushions to stand on, but it's still kind of packed away. I gotta get it out of a box and put it down here. Ooh, just makes for hard stuff on the back. All this standing for hours on end. So maybe I'll zoom in here. So I'm going to blow dry that so it stays in place. Let's get a bit more black. let's put some of these little stripes over top of that. It's a little bit like a baby blue. Probably could have done this a little bit earlier so that it would be integrated into the shadows a bit better, but it's never too late. Yeah, let's do... And you know what? Maybe while I've got this same color here, I'm going to get it a little bit muddier. A bit more of a grayish quality to it. And... I know that that area that she's laying on is much brighter, but I've already kind of committed to making this a bit darker, so I'm just going to roll with it. I can live with all of that. What do I want to do next? I want to darken. Okay, actually, I'm going to blow dry that. Friends with Tree says, now this is a relaxing live stream. Bravo. Thank you. Thank you. Like Friends with Tree, or Friend with Trees. I like that. That's great. I like that's a nice title for a handle. Let me see. I'm just going to go back over a little bit of these. Oops. These lines that I painted here, just want to integrate them back into the shadows. There we go. So they're not just sitting right on the surface. There we go. Very subtle, but Raghav says, so teacher, I was curious, how do you stay consistent and motivated? Any tips that we can follow as well? And what are some great habits you think we can follow? Excellent. It's funny, I make my university students do a similar project where they go off and I ask them to interview other artists and ask them questions just like that about how to stay motivated, how to stay consistent, everything you just mentioned. So, great question. So let's take this nice pack. Put that back up there to keep that camera cool. Whew, take a little break for my feet. How do you stay consistent and motivated? Well, a routine is really important. Having, like, that's what's great about this, is I try to do this at least once a week. And so that keeps me, keeps my, my skills sharp when I'm doing something like this all the time. It gives me something to look forward to. It helps give me some structure so that at least once in the week I know what I'm going to do and where I'm going to do. It keeps me excited because I'm thinking about doing new things each time. Other things, so like having a routine I think is really important. Other things that one can do to stay motivated, I think I'm a big believer in I'm a big history fan, and so I really like doing a lot of research into other artists and learning about them and their habits. And so I've always felt like reading biographies, reading autobiographies is really helpful and important. It inspires me. It helps me just to hear what other artists go through and how they overcome issues and struggles. I find that really inspiring. It also makes me feel connected to other artists, like I'm a part of something larger than myself, and that being like art. And that I'm part of something bigger, that I'm like a fish in a river, and the river is flowing and it never stops. And I feel like that rhythm, just like the habit, I think is really important, so that I don't lose sight. I don't feel like I'm just all by myself, all alone. I feel like I'm connected to this, like, artists across time and centuries and around the world. So I think all of that's really important. Feeling kind of connected and tuned in, and yeah, I'm sure there's lots more that I can think about. But for me, big time, routines, habits, all those things are really important. And pursuing things that are exciting and interesting to me. Always trying to make it personal, and finding a way to connect to it. Like, I talk to students in school, it's like, if your attitude is like, oh, this is another stupid project, another dumb day I gotta go to, it's gonna be really hard to get anything done, and you're not really gonna want to do a good job. You don't really care about it. So I talk about, like, trying to make every project your own, and you sometimes approaching teachers and saying, this is what I want to do. Is there a way that I can use this project to do what I want to do? And most teachers are usually pretty open to students who are so motivated that they've got their own personal projects. And usually teachers will find, it's like, well, if you can at least do these few things, then you can do whatever you want. Right? It's not every teacher, not every class or project. If you're doing something more technical, then you have to kind of cover certain bases. But once those are covered, then there can be a lot of room for personal expression. Yeah, I'll think about a few more as we go forward here. But I want to now, let's paint the woman who's ostensibly having the nightmare in this painting. So I think I want to start next with painting her skin, because I want the fabric to be over top of her skin. So I want to try to tackle that first as much as I can. So previously I painted her skin there. So let's mix another skin tone again. So I'm going to take some of my warm yellow and warm red. I'm going to put less red in it this time, so it's less kind of peachy colored. And in this painting, she's very pale. So I'm working with like a very light orange. And I'm going to put a substantial amount of blue in there. So you got to be kind of careful you don't run over and go into a green. But that's going to make her skin look, more and more kind of a little bit deadish. That was a little bit, well, actually it's not bad. Not bad. Let's put a little more white in here. Yeah, that's probably good enough. Yeah, on camera that looks really green. It's not green, it's kind of like a khaki color. So I just put some of my glazing medium in here. So the reason I put down a little bit of that, the previous layer underneath here was I deliberately made a kind of a bit more peachy kind of colored, a little bit, just to give it a bit more life, because I knew I was going to be coming back in here with a color that could be kind of quite dead. You know, it's very kind of lifeless, this kind of whitish yellowy kind of color. So I deliberately painted, like if she was if she was dead, then I wouldn't have put that layer underneath there, because I probably would have painted something like even like a blue or something there to. Why does her arm look so? That's okay. Kind of lost the shape of her arm a bit. So I'll try to darken. I'm gonna have to chisel back in here. Okay. So I'll have blow dry all of this. realized I was on mute that whole time. Darn it. Jessica, thank you for your excellent work. I have a group of tweens working their way through your classes. Thank you so much for all that you've done. That's so cool, Jessica. It makes me so excited that you've got some kids that are doing the classes. I don't know if that's the drawing classes or painting classes. Either way, that is so awesome. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if I had to leave her hair like that, I would be okay with that. Let's tackle the rest of her clothes now. Which direction should I go? Let's go darker. Right now, obviously, it's going to end up lighter, but I think I'm going to start out, actually go even darker than this. So what color do we want to use? Let's take some of this warm blue. Oops. Warm blue and gray. Kind of amping up the blue quotient here. And then I'm going to put let's take this over here. And then obviously put glazing fluid in there. Now the reason why I'm going to start darker is it's often pretty hard for people to kind of go in the negative in reverse and lighten first until we get the darker in. So let's do that. Okay, so this is also why, you know, I made a point of making notations where the knees and things were gonna go. So here's where my knee, that's one knee. I've got that as another knee. Is that must be. Okay, I'm feeling good about that. So I'm gonna go in here. I got this lighter color. It's a little bit more of a lighter blue. Or I guess it's kind of a grayish blue. So because I'm painting with glazing fluid in here, it's going to slow the drying time down. So I can kind of paint a little bit wet on wet. Which, if that sounds familiar, because that's how Bob Ross painted, with a technique called wet on wet. And what that literally means is he's painting wet paint atop wet paint. So for instance, what Bob Ross would do, I think that every episode, I don't know if he shows any of that on camera, but what he would do would be to get a canvas and cover it with wet white oil paint before he would do anything else. And that wet white paint was what he paints into on top of. And that means that the paint will kind of blend a little bit as we paint into it. I've been just adding a little bit more white as I've been going here. Bit more glazing medium in my paint. It's starting to get a little bit thicker, so I realize this is a little bit further down than here, but it's also because I don't have as much room. It's so I'm kind of moving it where I have a little bit more room for me to actually paint a detail like that in. Okay. Let's just come all the way back to the other side here. Okay, I really should blow dry all of this before I do too much more. You know what? Okay. Every time I think about it and I don't do it, I end up regretting it. So let's blow dry all of that. Okay. I mean, how much more do I want to do? I guess let's get a little bit more of these highlights. It'd be nice to get pretty close to some white in here. Alright, so I'll just show you where I'm at here. I got my glazing fluid, and I've been progressively adding more and more white. Pushing my luck, scrubbing around in there, so I'm just gonna leave it. Okay, so I'm kind of adding a little bit more gray back into this as I paint a bit more of these lighter folds in behind here. Okay, I'm gonna go back the other way now. Or actually, you know what? Just before I do that, I see that he's got this little bit of a highlight. Ah! Camera. To wait for camera to cool down for a second. while to... see how dark it's as it's heating or cooling up, warming up. I don't like that at all. Well, I'll just try, I'll do a little bit more here while I'm waiting. So I'm just now glazing a little bit back. Over top of some of those darker areas. You know what? I don't think that was the right choice. It's still so dark. My camera really got cranky when it overheated there. It's still staying so dark. Oh well. 'Tis what it is. Okay, so I'm gonna go back. Let's get our darker gray back active again. Interesting. So she's kind of got her back arched there. I'm noticing really maybe for the first time here. So It drives me crazy how dark it's looking on camera. Shouldn't be. It looks pretty good on my preview screen, but oh, thank you for the donation, Madi. That is so cool. I really appreciate your support. Thank you so much. That's so awesome. Thank you. I almost want to boost the ISO on that camera. So let me climb up here. Yeah, that's definitely way too dark. That's better. Okay. Okay, well, how much more do I want to do here? So adding more contrast like this is going to help create more volume. The illusion of 3 dimensions. Now I know in the original you can barely see a difference between her clothing and her skin. And I'm amping that up big time. Oh yeah, and there's like kind of some brooch or something there on her chest. I gotta get that. It's always worth remembering that, you know, this painting ultimately has to become your own, and sometimes that means diverging from the original in subtle ways or significant ways. Okay. Okay, let's see. So we're getting pretty close. What did I say? 6 hours. We're about 6.5 hours in, so I'm getting close. Let's take a look and think about, you know, what indeed do I want to do next here. So let's zoom back out. Like there's the tassel. Is that essential? Table leg. There's lots of little details. It's always just worth asking is like how much is like actually important. Most of this is dried up. That's okay, because I just want a little bit of this color for a few places. How does that look? Same thing with a little bit of warm blue. It's like some sort of couch, or not couch cushion, a little cushion here. Yeah, so do I want to, there's the little glasses on there. I don't know, I think I could probably live without that. The tassel, is that important? I think the last thing would just be her hair and just giving a bit more naturalism in there. Right now it's very cartoony. Okay. So just mixing up this brown, lots of glazing fluid to thin it out. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that. That's looking okay. Super happy with the way this is going on. I probably should have just mixed brand new brown instead of using a bunch of this old brown that's kind of seizing up on me a bit. Just took some black and mixed it in with this brown. maybe I'm going to leave that hair alone. Now I'm just going to take black, the same black that I've had here all painting along. Let's put a bit of glazing fluid in there. I'm just going to use this to darken a few little areas here and there. So I can't just outline things. I've got to kind of darken anything else in the neighborhood as well. So it doesn't just look like something weird is going on here. I gotta incorporate that. It's just going around, darkening and darkening and darkening. A little question I have in my mind is, should I darken the horse down a little bit? Shvm says, hello coach, wish me luck as I'll be starting your basic drawing course soon and try to learn as much as I can. Awesome. Or drawing or painting. I just assumed it was drawing because that's mostly what people do these days. That's cool. Well, good luck on that. Keep us posted. Join the Facebook group. Upload your results to the group. I would love to see what you create. Okay, I think I am going to just darken the face of this horse a little bit. So I'm going to take some glazing fluid. Just glazing fluid right out of the jar there. And then let's take some black, mix it into the glazing fluid. And then so that's super subtle. continuing to darken, 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 darken. Okay, I'm going to blow dry one more time. I'm going to take more of my black here. Ah. Okay. I think that's good enough. As good as it's going to get. So, we've reached the end of the episode. It's that time where we're going to take a look at these two paintings side by side, see how well we did. And, yeah, I'm pretty pleased with the way it turned out. So, just before we do so, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are going to take place. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, consider using the link to the PayPal page right there. You can enter in the address. There's a link in the video description below you can use. It'll take you to this page where you can safely donate money to support the show. And thank you to those of you who've been donating over the years. Everything you see here, all of the lights, the cameras, the microphones, everything is directly a result of the donations you have contributed. So thank you to everyone for your constant and regular support. You can also use send an e-transfer if you like, or a check in the mail, money order, all those kinds of things. And thank you to Mahdi for the donation via the super chat in today's episode. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mahdi. And I also encourage you to join the Facebook group. Upload the artwork you created today, and next week we're going to be doing our next free bonus feedback episode, in which I go through everything that's on that Facebook group, whether it be recreating Fuseli's nightmare today that we've done today, or something else, including the drawings. If you're just starting the drawing course and you want some feedback on your progress, send me your message, or it's not. Upload your drawings to the Facebook group, and I'll take a look in the next episode. And that's what it looks like when you join the Facebook group. I also do a little biography for each artist and before the episode airs, so you have an idea of who we're going to be looking at and talking about before each episode. Okay, so let's look at the original painting by Fuseli. And then there's my version next to it there. A little bit of glare happening there. I gotta work on the setup here and get the lights and everything back in position. But anyway. Oh, I just noticed I forgot her bracelet. Interesting. Oh, and her brooch. There's always stuff that I'm missing, isn't there? But I think there's enough here that's important that I can move on from this painting. I feel like I could also have continued to darken and darken and darken. The image that you see there, the painting on the left, is actually significantly brightened from the actual painting you can see at the Detroit Institute of Art in Detroit, Michigan, which I have seen myself in person. It's a beautiful painting. But it is also much darker. So let's take a look. We'll zoom in on these and see how well we've done. Where should we start? Maybe let's start with the horse up top there. Okay, so I got a little bit of extra space top and bottom, right? On camera this looks a little bit more orangey. Yeah, that's definitely a bright red, not orange, but whatever. I mean, it's kind of frustrating that they're looking a little bit different on camera, but I think it looks pretty good in person, so that's all that matters to me. You know, that horse really is tricky because it's so dark, so bathed in shadow in the original, that when I tried to do the outline, I really had to guess a little bit. I did use Thomas Burke's, I did use Thomas Burke's engraving here as a reference to see if that could help, but I think it's okay. There's Asnul. Hey, Asnul. Your one looks like a shot from a film retro camera. So beautiful. Thank you so much. It's so generous of you to say. Thank you, Asnul. Nice to see you again in the chat. So, you know, I'm happy enough with that. Let's go down here and look at the bottom half of this painting here. Obviously, I decided to omit the glass and this little tray, things like that on the table. I just feel like it's, as far as I'm concerned, not as important to my painting. You know, it might have some significance, like it could represent some sort of like alcohol that made her sleepy, or absinthe that is affecting her thinking, her brain, and causing her to have these dreams. It's not really clear. No one really knows exactly, and Fuseli was always deliberately kind of ambiguous about all those details. So I don't think, for me, it's such a big deal if I omit that. In terms of the rest of these shapes, like I'm actually, this thing down there, it's not even clear as what on earth that is. Is it like some sort of a blanket? Is it, part of the table? What's going on there? So could be another incubus, another monster or something hiding under there. We're not really sure. So I kind of like how it's very ambiguous. Also the fabric. Well, actually, we'll come back to her. Let's go over the rest of this. So the fabric, I feel pretty good about that. It takes time to do all of that, and I'm pretty happy with how well that's turned out. Same sort of thing there. I did come back and lighten up this little kind of stool and the little leg. I obviously didn't do it as much as the original. I decided to kind of keep it very subtle, just so that it isn't drawing too much attention. Like, I like how just you can barely perceive it there. I think is kind of nice. All those folds, again, complex, takes time, but I'm happy enough with the way it took place. I had to omit some folds here and there. It almost feels like I added a few extra for sure. Let's look at the bottom of that. Oops. Again, I used the engraving in which Thomas Burke kind of saw kind of the edge of this bed or something down there. And since I've got so much extra space there, I just sort of amplified that, made it go all the way to the edge. Those cushions. Let's come up to the top here. So this curtain is kind of this cool blue, and there's some greens, and I did a lot of the glazing actually with a cool red and black, and I actually think it works fine. Now the more I look at the original, it looks like it's kind of almost a little bit purpley there. I think it's fine. Again, I've brightened everything up so that you can see all these details. But in person, the dark areas are significantly darker. So, I also, I didn't omit the tassel deliberately. I mean, I just decided I don't think it's worth me spending an extra 5-10 minutes painting it. I don't think it doesn't bother me that it's not there. Let's look at the incubus figure here. Now, obviously, he's kind of got a green hue that I've added here. I mean, my original plan was I put that green there because I think there is green in the original, and then when I started putting the brown over top of it, I just decided, you know what, I kind of like the way the brown looks with the green. Like, it kind of reminds me of the patina on the David sculpture by Donatello that we did. And, green monsters, that's kind of often how we see them today, at least. And, yeah, I kind of went with it. There's also, that other leg there, I think is super weird. Like, to me, it looks like he's turned away, so why would his other leg be like that? I was going to omit it, and I decided, you know what, I'm just going to keep it. I'll figure I'm not going to, debate Fuseli whether he did it right or wrong, so I'm just going to put it in there. I could have spent more time articulating some of those fingers, but I kind of felt like it was working fine. The major difference, I would say, is maybe in the face, where, the nose of his monster is a little bit more round. The mouth is a little bit more in a grimace. In mine, he actually kind of looks a little bit more frightened, as opposed to kind of grumpy and surprised. Like, he almost is, in mine, he looks almost a little bit lost. Like, how did I get here? What's going on? Whose dream is this? Is this her dream, or is this my dream? What's going And then the shadow, I feel like, is pretty effective. I mean, that's a really, it's really beautiful the way that Fuseli did that. It really, helps make the figure pop forward. So, yeah, I feel like that's effective. So now let's go back to the reclining figure, the sleeping woman. Yeah, Asenil says the green incubus looks really nice in contrast to the red. That's cool. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's... I didn't even think about it until you mentioned it now, but that is true. Green and red make for a really nice contrast, so... I'll just say that I totally intended that to happen. The fabric, I feel like that's pretty effective. I'm happy with the way that turned out. There's a few of those folds that are... I've kind of definitely amplified. But, actually, that works well because it does give a twist to her body. Like, her legs are twisted up and the top of her body's twisted down. So the fact that those lines are darker than in the original, I think is totally fine. It makes perfect sense. And then let's just kind of wrap up here looking at the woman herself. And yeah, again, if there's things I forgot, like her brooch, her bracelet, I totally somehow spaced out on. I think that's okay. Let's just take a look one last time at how it looks upside down, just so you have an idea of how my in mine, her mouth is closed. It wouldn't be too hard to just make a little bit darker in the center to widen it, but I don't mind it as it's turned out. Also, the way I did the hair was kind of cartoony. He obviously spent a lot more time working on the curls, and I just sort of kept mine pretty simple. Maybe even a more modern haircut, I suppose you could say. So, for about 7 hours of work there to get this at the end, I feel pretty good about. It's... Okay. Another one in the can, especially for Halloween. Okay, so those of you who are going trick-or-treating later this week, hope you have a safe and I was gonna say frightening. I guess you kind of want a little bit of a frightening, but in all good fun frightening Halloween. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining and painting along with me. Remember, anytime you're making art or enjoying art, looking at art, I think you're doing the world a great favor. The more people that are encouraging others to make art or to make art themselves, I think you're helping spread beauty out into the world and offering an alternative to all the negativity that pervades our contemporary modern world. So thank you so much for doing your part in helping to make our world a little bit better place. We'll see you guys again next week for our free bonus feedback episode. Until then, we'll see you again very soon. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.